Hello, hello. I hope we are doing well. I hope we had a wonderful holiday so far. We might still be celebrating. Let's get ourselves set up. See if this works. Let's turn down the volume. All right, I think we are all set. All right. So today it is, which I'm really surprised, it's all about die cutting. But we're not going to do any die cutting. I took care of all of that before. But I am focusing on some scrappy tail projects from Sabrina's recent launch. I have some ideas and we're going to play them out, see if they go. Good morning, France. How are you doing? Yes, it's well, it's a cloudy Sunday morning here, but that's okay. That is okay. I hope you are doing well. So it is all about, like I said, die cutting. And again, I took care of that. So we've got a bunch of projects to do, and we're going to start out with a card. Gwen, really? Did you sleep at all? I just did. Did you? Did? Well, good morning, Arlene. Welcome. Thank you so much. So yeah, Scrappy Tales. Now, as I said, I did do all of the die cutting. So this is one project here, and then we have another project here, and we're actually going to do, we're trying to do, we'll see how much we can get done. Two projects on this one, and then I've got that one that we've die cut, and then I've got this one. So I'm thinking a total of 5 projects. 4 of them are going to be the pop-up tunnels um, that she has beautifully created. And she actually started the pop-up tunnel during her Halloween release. Call it a quick nap. Yeah, real quick. But I'm glad you are here, Gwen. Okay, so let's start out, let's warm up with a card. I do like to keep my pieces in these plastic containers. These are by Spellbinders. And they do hold everything really nice, even these really large, small pieces. I'm going to see if I lost any. Just saying. You never know. So let's get these opened up and let's have some fun. So a little bit different of a video or a live. Usually we're just collaging. Um, we're just digging into our stash. I just really wanted to play with these products. So for our card, we're going to be using, this was a freebie that was available depending upon how much you spent when it comes to her shop. And it's just cute because it's a little, mailbox with a cardinal and a bow. And then this one here, it's called Vintage Post Add-on. Now again, the magnet sheets don't come with her dies. I put those in there, and that's how I store all of my pieces. And then this beautiful birch tree A7 cover. And we're going to do a background, and we're going to do all kinds of layers coming through that. So that is going to be our card. So our card is going to be a 5x7. Let's get these here. And let's get start creating our background. Now I did die cut, because here's our base, and I did die cut these birch trees like 5 times, because this is going to have a lot of dimension that's going to come off of it. And I think that will fit perfectly onto a 5x7 card. So lots of dimension. You could even, cut out the center of this and like create a shaker element in there. I was going to attempt it, but no, this could be the one project that we do if we do that. So here we go. Let's create our background first. So I have a piece here of Bristol vellum. And I'm going to use my oxides. And we're going to use Uncharted Mariner, of course. Maybe some tumbled glass. Definitely some broken china. And I think I am going to add, believe it or not, I've just got to find it. Some villainous potion and maybe some black soot, because I do want this to be very dark, to a point. To a point. And then we're going to create our little blizzard. I don't think I'm going to use that one. I think I'm going to start out with broken china. And then this is the way that I'm going to start that. So going from broken china to Uncharted Mariner, villainous potion, and then finally ending up with black soot. Strange combination, I know, but that's how I can get that dark gradient. Grab my brushes, and here we go. So I'm going to go from light to dark, going up. Terry, good morning. How are you? Same to you. Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa, all the wonderful holidays during this season. I hope everybody had a wonderful time with friends, family, or maybe you just had fun in your crafty space. All right, it is Gwen, that little bird. It is from her most recent release. Now, again, I believe it is a freebie. She usually does have those available separately. Now we're going to come in with our Uncharted Mariner. And we're going to see how dark I can get this. Because I do want this to go dark. And I'm putting this on heavy, very heavy. With oxides, I usually just brush it onto a roll of paper towel. And I'll warn everyone, I do not worry. I'm going to go up a little bit with this purple, because I think I'm going to come in with more Uncharted Mariner on top. Because I just want it up at the top. I don't worry about contamination. It doesn't happen. It's fine. It's fine. It's all fine. But I do like to clean off the brushes, especially with the oxides, because it's got that pigment. I find if I don't, they get stiff. I'm going to turn that around, actually come over here. Just touch the top. And at the end of the video, I'll make sure her shop is linked down below if you want to check it out. I think I'm going to move the Uncharted Mariner. I'm not going for a perfect blend. Cordelia, good morning. Can I let my sister out of the closet? Can she come out? And then we're just going to take this straight up and we're going to go over the purple and the black soot. Because then that'll give it its blue hue back. Alright, and you can see you just have this darkness that goes up. And you don't have to worry too much about the blend, only because this is going to be very much covered up by that background, that large background dye. Get my caps back on. So that is our background. Now remember, with oxides, they stay wet because of the dye pigment ink combo going on in there. But that's okay, it's going to work. And hopefully, while we do this, this will dry. Just grabbing a few other things. So of course I've grabbed my white acrylic paint. And that's going to go on now. I've grabbed my favorite picket fence. I may not use the white acrylic paint. Let's get that out of my way. And I also grabbed the Distress Spray Stain in Uncharted Mariner. I'm going to spritz that up on top as well. Always clean your nozzles. That has helped me to not have them clog. I'm going to grab some water and we're just going to spritz. So you can see just with that water, that spray stain is just moving. And already my fingers are inky. And now we're going to add the white. I love this stuff. I don't know why. I just love what it does. And that is usually how I make a background. 9 out of 10 when I'm using all of the inks and the pads, and now I'm just going to let this go. I don't force it to dry, you can take it with a heat tool, but I like to have all of the different looks that this does. And you can see, even though we use the purple and the black, they're kind of getting lost. It's just making it darker, so it's like a base. So I'm going to set this aside. We'll see how that dries, and now we're going to build our card. So lots of gluing, lots of fun. So let's get this background together. This one I think is going to be the easiest piece here. Oh, I love the fact that she has this base, because it does make it easy for this to line up. And I'm only going to worry about the inner branches when I glue all of this together. On all of the layers except the top. That's when I'll glue those finer pieces. I'm just going to tap it down. We're going to pinch it. And we keep our fingers crossed that it lined up. And it did. Alright, now for our top layer, this is where I like to keep it down on the table. And now we'll go through these outer edges. The ones that are not connected to a branch, just making sure there's just a little bit of glue there. Not that I mind any of these pieces coming up. When I make, I think it was Biddy that said it one day, that I don't make simple. I like having all of these pieces come out, stick out, layers upon layers. It is very tough for me to do clean and simple. I can do it, but it's definitely out of my comfort zone. So I'm going to look at this, and I think I am going to stick with the 3. I like the shadow that that's giving. These will go in my pot of extra die cuts, because I always do that. And I'm going to keep this off to the side here. Cordelia's baking her bread again. Okay. Has my sister ever live crafted with you? No, nor will she. She is not a paper crafter. She is she's a cross stitcher. Very much so a cross stitcher. All right, so these here are from the one die here, the Vintage Post add-on. And you can see they got these flaps. Now we're going to be cutting these out, but I want to make sure that, knowing that I have a 5x7 base, so I'm going to layer them just like that. And oh, well, now that's convenient. Alrighty. So I now know, I'm going to flip this over, and I'm just going to cut that off, and I'm going to cut this tab off. So again, it's a way to use your dies in a different way. So now I've got this row of wood. The fence. That's the name I was looking for. The fence. And I'm going to come in and set this up onto these pieces. But I am going to cut the bottoms. And you can cut it straight if you want. I'm going to put like little curves on them when it comes to the bottom. Because then when I place it, it'll look like it's in the snow. I want these to be snowbanks coming up. And we'll do the same thing on this one. So just grab those scissors and have fun cutting. Let's get these glued on here before I cut these tabs off, because we're going to ink them. You knew Vintage Photo was going to come in. I'm just going to layer those. And these edges will be hidden by the branches. So you can see, like, when I put this on there, I'm going to make sure that it's hidden behind. And we're going to try to see what this 3D effect looks like. And I may even bring that down just a little bit and then trim that off. So this is going to turn into our base. So yeah, my sister only does, although she's trying all kinds of new crafts, so she's having a lot of fun. And let's get this one layered on. She was very happy with her gift of tags and ornaments and all of that fun stuff. All right, so what I'm looking to do is to take this, and I'm not going to glue anything down yet, so that's going to go to the back, and then I'm hoping this one's going to continue to the front, just to get this different look that's coming through. Again, nothing's going to be glued because I want to get my pieces. They're going to intertwine just a little bit because I don't think I want it. Yeah, I don't think I like it going across the front. I think it takes away from the branches. So I'm going to set these aside, but let's get these inked. I think this is the only time. Let's not say only. I'm sure we'll see. Vintage Photo again. But I am glad I put this on last, just to give it some strength. So how was everybody else's holiday? Or during this time, whether you celebrate or not? I hope everyone had fun, enjoyed time with family and friends. Now we'll set those aside. Well, Terry, it's never too late to finish that. She will cherish it, yes, because of the time and the labor of love that you've done. All right, let's get our post box together. So I am layering this up 3 times. This cardstock's just a little thin, and I do want it to have just a little bit of stability. There's a lot of times where I will, when it comes to the bases of these die cuts, to double or triple layer them, and then they become like chipboard pieces. We also have our little puppy. He's too cute. And I always choose the color of cardstock for the most that is exposed. And then I take it from there. Alright, let's zoom in. Okay, you're really dying places. Okay. Then we'll zoom back out. Oh, I'm so sorry you were sick. That's horrible. No one should be sick on the holidays. And I'm going to grab this little pad. It'll just, for some reason, it just brightens this up for me. All right, let's get this piece. I so enjoy when my pieces stay together. So I know that one is going to go there. And that one is going to go there. And I know that when it comes to die cutting, it is not for everyone. These, I mean, hello. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Little pieces. But for me, it is like, it's like a puzzle. And I do enjoy puzzles. Oh no, don't want that. There we go. I do love puzzles. Now, I also do find what helps, and I'm so glad she did this. This piece here, it helps to show where the pieces are going. So I'm going to keep that off to the side, because I always put them on in the wrong order. But it is. It's like just a fun puzzle. And I do like to adhere the pieces onto the base that I've created. So I'll take those pieces to the base, put the glue on that, and then bring them to that. And that is just going to make me nuts rolling all over the place. We have, and I hope, of course not. Alright, so I'm going to grab a marker. There's always pieces that I forget to cut, and that's okay, because I'm going to come in with a black marker. Oh, not that one. This one. Oh. See, this is true crafting at its best. I'll come in with a gold pen. I'm just going to go around this edge. This edge. Let's get it in place first. And now I'm going to come in with my gold pen. And I'm just going to add color to it. And you could ink it, you could die cut it, it's separate color. But I think this works just fine. And this is something that I do when I forget to do that die cutting. And there's no problem in doing that. See, now it's got a gold border. Becky, good morning. Alright, I'm going to get... Now this one I'm going to need my tweezers. Anyway, I know a lot of people say, yeah, this is not fiddly. This is too fiddly. I think this one that we do today will be the most fiddly. And let's get this here. Now let's have fun with our snows, because there is a lot of that going on this piece. And honestly, I think that is what adds to it. I'm going to make this one a double layer just to give it more dimension. Make it look like a snow cap. And I know I have a little dot, and nope, I did not lose it. I'm going to bring in that gold pen again. Or you can put a gem there. I think that would be really pretty. And when I put these on, I'm like, okay, this one's the biggest. Because my pieces never seem to stay in when I die cut. They seem to come out. Always. They just seem to come out. But that's okay. We've got that one. We've got this one. I know these are for the post box. And we've got this one. So I know that one goes here. And I think this is the one that goes on top of the post. Oh, that's funny. Give me that. I think I have another one. I do. See, some of them did stay. Yes. I put it on backwards. It just snapped together. It just snaps all together. And this one I think is upside down. Or is it this one? It's that one. And that is our post sign. See? I'm going to set that aside. Just going to keep pushing these up. Now we have our little cardinal and our birds. Let's get our went with the teal. We have our little ear. I'm going to grab my white. It is. I love the vintage. Now I'm just going to add my polka dots. I probably should do these last, but you guys know me. I always smear something. Now we have our little hat. Let's get that in place. And to line them up, I just pinch. We just pinch. Put those there. We have this little beak piece. Hopefully this is the piece that I need. And we're going to go there. Oh yeah, look at that. And then for this one, we just have this one piece. Am I still on camera? Yes, I am. We have this one piece. It just goes there. And that's just in a darker. And that is our itsy bitsy cardinal. There are people out there going, no. Mm-mm. No, no. I'm going to take that black pen again. I'm going to add a black nose. Just go a little mark for his And do a little tiny eye. There we go. Now, for his hat, yeah, I already lost those pieces. Yay me! So I'm going to pull in a red marker, and it can be any red. Perfect. Let's see, what side do I want to use? I think I'm going to use the brush tip, and I'm just going to follow the lines and very lightly just fill in those areas. Voila, a striped hat. If Sabrina's watching this, she's laughing hysterically at me. I know she is. And that's our little puppy. And those are the... Nope. Nope. I have this one piece that goes actually on our... And these are the holly. I'm just going to stick that there. And I'm going to add some stickles to that. All right, let's check out our base. Believe it or not, that's all of the die cutting. See, it wasn't that bad. Yeah, there's still people out there going, nope. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Let's zoom you back out. Let's look at our background. So I like that. So it's just this flurry going on there. I am going to wipe off the back. Just to get that up. And then I'm going to dab the front. Just to soak that up. And she's dry. So if we start constructing this, I always play with the pieces first. So again, this is going to be glued before I put this down. So we've got that that's going to go there. And then this one that's going to come here. Possibly. So we're just going to play here. See what that looks like. And since I have those extra ones, I want that to come down just a little bit more. That's going to go down there. And then that's going to go there. Our little post office box is going to sit right here. So technically, it will hide the seam, but that seam's going to make me nuts. To be very honest. Yeah, that's not... It's the little things. So I have a spare, but it kind of does away with what I'm looking to do. So let's reverse it. put this here. Let's put that there. And we can put that right down there. Or we can push it up just a little bit. And I know how we'll cover that. So I'm liking that. The little puppy. It's going to go here. And the little bird is going to sit up here. See? Writing me notes. Writing me notes? Okay. So now, let's get this together. So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to keep this in place. I'm actually going to get this centered. This is going to go down first. Here's our card base, and it is cut slightly. So no, that's not going to go down first. But now I know what the dimension is. We're going to, oh, can't lose my little bird. Oh my goodness. We're going to get glue on this. And I'm going to stop just short for the top. The branches fill the 5x7 completely. The base that I cut does not. And again, I'm just touching those ends. But since this is like a chipboard, I don't have to worry about them way too much. I'm going to keep that down. I'm going to take this. And I'm going to put that down just like that. And we're going to push. And we're going to hold. Well, that's funny. But, you know, sometimes I do. I am finding that when I decorate for the holidays, and that's what our backdrop looks like now, and I didn't put the fence behind. You were all screaming that, right? Never fear. We're just going to peel it back. And we're going to tuck. And I think this one, yes, that's going to go like that. So, we're going to pull this back in. We're going to put glue on this. Remember, guys, it is paper. It is paper. Best medium ever. Yep, boom, she's down. And now we're going to glue this one here. And just kind of sort of matching up that base. So I'm going to put my glue on here. And again, since it's liquid glue, while this does dry quickly, you can always peel it back up. There we go. So now those pieces are in place. And this is going to sit right there because I want it to come to the base of the branches. But first, we're going to take all of this mess away. The beauty of long shears. And when you have this many layers, you do want to take your time. Let the scissors just slice through. And I can see the base of the trees. And I want to trim that. There we go. Cosine's going to go there. So let's get that glued on, and it's actually going to go here, there. And I'm going to put a double-sided foam tape on top. Just a little one. And that's going to compensate for that. I am a fan and a believer in dimension. And not everybody is. Like, this is a lot of dimension for some. And yes, it will add to your postage. I'm okay with that. But like I started saying to Gwen, I'm going to put that right there on the branch. So now we're going to have this triangle that's being built. There are many times, many times, that after I make a card, they become my home decor. So I'm finding I'm setting my cards up, and all those good things as my home decor. So yes, there are cards, and then my sister comes over and takes them. So she does the same thing. Now, is that not sticking? So, yes it is. All right, so now we have that. I'm going to get this onto the card base. So this is what this will look like onto the card base. So even those branches that are sticking out, it's okay. They're still within the card. Now I am going to use my double-sided film tape for this. Because we had a lot of water on this, it warped all of that fun stuff. For those of you that have been here for a while, you know that this is one of my favorite tapes. It is my go-to double-sided tape. It is very strong, and I will say very unforgiving. And what I mean by that is the moment it touches paper, she's down. When you try to take this apart, yeah, she's going to tear paper back up. But if you add liquid adhesive, like I am here, just a thin coat all over, and Sabrina actually taught me this, you have wiggle room. I get up on my tippy toes. We're going to put this down on the base. And we're down. And we're going to press. And now that is just not going to go anywhere. For the final touches. So this is a card that's most likely going to sit with my other array of cards. Drives my husband crazy because I blocked the TV. Just the bottom part. We can have some fun when it comes to certain elements. And there it is. And one of those elements is Snowtex. It's by Deco Art. Now you can also use gesso, white gesso. You can also use texture paste, anything like that. This just has a grit to it. And it's also like glue. So I'm just going to go down. And I use my palette knife. I find that works best. And I'm just going to come off the base and cover the base of the branches. So it's like icing a cake, and I do not bake. My sister is the baker. I am not. I'm the cook. I am the cook of the family. She is not. So we kind of trade off. And then I'm going to come down below the little puppy here. Get his feet in the snow. You can use a paintbrush. I find that the palette knife just works a little better because I can push it down. And we can come in on the tops. Of the fence line. Oh, that one's going to be tricky. Oh! See, I just put my finger in it. So for this one, I'm going to pick this up with the paintbrush. And just dab it on there. Although it would have been cute for the puppy to have it on his nose. I'm just going to get a little bit back in there. And a little bit on that one. And you can also add this all throughout. I mean, why not? And there you go. That was our warm-up. And this will now dry on my thing. Now the last thing, of course, here comes the acrylic paint. You knew that was coming, right? Gotta have our splatters. Gotta continue it on. And I'm running out of white acrylic paint, believe it or not. And just a few splatters. Just light ones. Now remember, this is going to react with the blue in the background, because that's what the stress oxides do. They are water reactive. So this will just be a fine mist, because it will turn. I'm being strategic when it comes to the die cuts that are in the front here. And over the cardinal, because I don't want to cover them up too much. So they're just going to have a fine mist. And there we go. That is our warm-up. All right, so now let's have some fun with some tunnels. What do you think? Terry, it was wonderful having you here. Thank you so much for stopping by. I appreciate it. And so, yes, Gwen, this is staying on my mail. Yes. Cheers. All right, let's set that aside and let's do some cleanup. What do you think? Now, like I said, I've got everything else already die cut. So thank goodness we don't have to wait for that. I don't think I'll need that. Let's move on to our next one. I think I'm going to do the poinsettia. So she came out with when it comes to the most recent collection, she did four main tunnels, and then additions, add-ons to the tunnels, and everything else. So this was just the tunnel pop-up wonderfulness that she created. So she's got a snowflake, she's got a poinsettia themed, she's got a beautiful railroad theme, and then like a ski lodge theme. We're going to be doing the poinsettia, snowflake, and last, the train. And you know what? I changed my mind. Let's start with the snowflake. And I know I forgot to add my berries to the post. Okay, I love these containers, but I can never open them. I gotta like dig in there. There we go. So these are all of our pieces. And the dies we're going to be using for this one is this adorable snowfall cover. It's an A7 panel. So again, it'll work great with a 5x7 and an A2 size. Here is the tunnel, the snowflake tunnel. This beautiful flourish. The base panel, you also have smaller bridges that can go in. And then here's your detail panel that can go on top. And then also 2 layering ones as well. And a sentiment that says, Happy Winter Wishes to You. And then a bunch of snowflakes and another floral. I am going to use the side piece from the Halloween one. This is what started the tunnel. So I did pull that one in and just cut that. I know you can just use a measurement as well. Um, so if you just have the snowflake, it's okay. And I know in Sabrina's Live, she breaks that down with the measurement. Okay, so let's get our pieces out. And let's just start layering them. And then we will put it all together. So here I've die cut 2 of the detailed panels with the side flaps, and then in a pale gray I have this piece that will go over it. And I've done that twice. So one's for the back and then one's going to be for the front. The middle here I need 2 side pieces. The middle piece is going to be this small snow cap. And you'll see how I get that in there. And then the rest are just flourishes and snowflakes that we're going to layer inside. So let's get our back panel in place. So these pieces cut, as you can see, the center out. So what I did was I took a piece of cardstock, one of the centers, and I ran that using the Snowfall A7 cover die. So now I've got all of these wonderful little dots going on in there, which will be placed on this backdrop so that my back will be this dark blue. It will all make sense once we get it together. So let's start doing that. So I've die cut the dark blue from the larger outer layer. That's this one. There's 2 dies here. So I used the larger outer one for the navy blue. And I'm going to turn that around. So this is the wrong side, the back side. And then I die cut one from white from the inner panel. Because when, and I'm going to layer these up. And again, they don't have to be perfect, but you can see it's mirrored. So it matches up on the top here. Because then I'm going to set this piece down. All right, so let's get those together. Let's do this step by step, shall we? Yes, here we go. So I'm going to glue my first panel down. And we're just going to get this in the center. Again, it does not have to be perfect. So now we have that. Now I'm going to get my decor, and it's beautifully embossed. I don't know if you can see that. It just embosses itself. All right, and I'm going to put this on top. So I'm going to add my glue to the front or to the back. And then we'll make sure that this point gets adhered down. And all that. I'm going to flip this over. Make sure my white goes on the back side, and we're going to line these pieces up. Again, pinching, shifting. And then we'll look at the back and just make sure that it's straight. Press down. And now I can take this panel that I did, and that's going to go in like die cut inlay. And now I have, since I used the white, now I've got my snowfall in there. That really stumped me when I was die cutting. I'm like, oh, I can do this. Oh, I can do this. Yeah, it wasn't working. So I was really glad that I did all the die cutting first. And this is gorgeous if you do white on white. So when I put my gray panel on now all of these details come to life. So now we're going to get that in place. And I'm going to make sure I go to the outside, definitely. And then we'll come to the inside. Very thankful the glue dries clear. So lots of details. I mean, Sabrina just puts so many details in her dies. And then this just fits perfectly right on top. And I'm going to bend these forward. These are our side flaps because then that will remind me that I have the back. Not that this wouldn't, but you know me. All right, so there's our back. So that when we put our side panels on, they're just going to come in like this. All right, so I'm going to set that one aside. And the gray just pulls out all of those colors. All right, I'm going to get this ready because then that, yeah, making sure everything's flat. And I may trim these pieces. Just going to fold it in the halfway point because that is going to sit up. It's actually just going to be a section in the center. Matter of fact, you know what? I'm going to glue that now so that I don't forget. So all I did was I took this, it's scored here, and I'm just changing it up, and then I'm folding it halfway in between. So now I have the base. I'm going to put glue there and put glue there. And I'm going to set this up just a little bit. I'm going to even it. And then I'm just going to hold that down. And I'm going to lift that up. And then we're going to get this side in there. So just kind of sort of using it in a different way. And I'm using my tweezers to get in there to push down. So now I have this level that's coming up. This is going to sit here. in the center. And I'm going to prop that up just a little bit. And I love the fact that I have blue ink all over my fingers. And I'm just going to use this up. Now, these snowflakes that are here, they're going to be protected. Because they're going to be in the background. And I'm going to real quick get this in place. This is going to be the backdrop for the back. So these are pop-ups, like I said. So these can be cards. I enjoy making these into home decor pieces. And you'll kind of see why when we get to the poinsettia. And that was easier to put down before we got all the layers on. Well, at least for me. Just saying. So that is our back. All right, back to this. So now we can get this set in place. And then we're going to add this piece here. And this is just a pale blue. Just for a different color scheme. All right, so that is our backdrop. Our front, we just need to glue this. Why do I have two of them? Oh, because we can put a middle one in place if we want. Again, I'm going to bring that to the front. And I think, yes, we are going to do that. But we're not going to add anything to it. I just want this to be white. So that's going to sit here. For our front, we're going to add another of the gray panel like we did for the back. Just making sure we're hitting as many of these pieces as we can. The details that she puts in these dies is just, it's amazing. Absolutely amazing. All right. And again, we're going to line that up. And we're going to drop it. Now you could use a mirror behind this. Um, you know, mirror cardstock. You can do die cut inlay in all of these pieces. It would be absolutely gorgeous. I challenge someone to do die cut inlay on that. Just say. Just kidding. All right, so first I'm going to bend these forward. And now I'm going to bend them back. So we're kind of training them to say this is the way you're supposed to go. So it's like whipping our cardstock into shape. Yes, yes. And then we're going to do that final crease. All right. So then we have this piece that's going to go like this. So now let's get the tunnel together. It's very easy. And if I'm saying that. All right, I'm going to start with the back ones. And what I'm going to do first is this. I do use double-sided tape and glue. No two ifs, ands, or buts about it. You can use a 1/4 inch. You can use a 1/2 inch. Oh, that's crooked. Oh, that's fun. Who cares? We're fine. It's the back. Like how I did that? No, we're fine. So I'm going to get my tape on this edge. And we're going to snip. But I do recommend using double-sided tape and glue for the same reason that I did putting that winter scene background down. It gives you wiggle room and immediate connection. Bottom line, it's what it's going to do. It's what you need. Now when I bend this down, okay, we're going to let it go. We're going to let it go. Let it go. I'm going to make sure that's attached. I'm going to peel off the backer paper. I'm going to take the glue, make sure that it's not sticking out. And I'm going to add my liquid adhesive. Now, I'm then going to take my panel and I'm going to line it up to the bottom. Now I have to lift this up just a little bit. And I'm going to line it up with the bottom of my piece. And then I fold the flap down. So our first one is now on, and it's hinged. I'm going to get my paper creaser, and I'm just going to really push that down. And we're going to do the same thing on the other side. Again, fold in those tapes. Make sure nothing's sticking over the edge. Add our liquid adhesive. And again, we're going to grab our side panel. While this is bent up, I'm going to push this flat. And I'm going to line this up with the bottom. And then push this flap down. And then make sure it comes back up. Which it should, because your flap, this one, is on the inside. And again, just pushing that down. So now we have our 2 side flaps. All right, now, before I go any further, I've got this little mound. So you can see that when I put this in here, as we continue to layer them, that little mound is going to be seen. Now you can continue with your pieces and then get your hand in there. Me, let's try to get my hand in there because I don't know what I want in there yet. So now we're going to put our next one. I'm going to make sure the decorative edge is out. I'm going to put my double-sided tape on my tabs, and at this point I'm going to put it on all my tabs. Because then I don't have to worry about it. When it comes to double-sided tape, I do get a lot of questions about that. I like scrapbook.com's. I like score tape, by all means. But I also do, Uline does have thinner lines. They do have 1/4 of an inch. And I do really like that one as well because of the strength. It is so strong. I've tried others, but they seem to fail and come apart. I don't know if it's me. All right. And we will put that there, and hopefully it'll stay there. I'm going to burnish these down. All right. Now we're going to put our next one in. Same thing. We added our tape. We're going to make sure that it's curled in so that nothing is sticking along the outside. I'm going to add my liquid glue, and I do one side at a time. I'm going to lay this down, and I'm going to find what the middle is. So this piece measures 2 5/8. 1 5/8. Now, what you can also do is there are score lines that you can just faintly see. And I'm just going to eyeball this. So I'm going to line it up on the bottom. And I'm going to line it up at the top. I'm going to fold this over. And that is what's going to tell me if I'm lined up. When I take this piece, I want to make sure it's even with the bottom. And I'm going to force it up. Open it back up and push back down. Remember, no one's going to see the inside. Now, to get this side down, now we've got this little bit holding me back. I'm just going to push it down. And then that's going to help me line that up. So again, we're going to remove the release paper. Fold in. And I know I've done that if I do this and my finger doesn't catch. Can also just lift up and do that. But me, nope. We're going to press that down. I'm going to press this down and then boom. So that when it comes back up, she's flush. And then I just bend it the other way. So you can see why I'm using double-sided tape and glue, because I really make sure that the pieces are lined up. So now we've got our second panel in. And this can be wherever you want it. Absolutely. And I usually do. I usually have fun with the placement of them. Now we're going to put the last one in. So that's why our tabs are now to the inside. Rinse and repeat. Vicki, have a good day. Thank you so much if you're still here for stopping by. Very appreciative. All right. Same thing. Now, for this one, I'm going to press back just a little bit. And I'm going to line this up on the edge. And you all can't see anything that I'm doing. I know. But again, remember, these are pop-ups. They're made to go flat. So I'm just doing that. So this one, I just push down. Make sure that tab is really in there. Make sure it's even on the outside. And it is. And if you're a little off, it's okay. And then we're going to take this off. No one is going to know. The little boo-boos, happy accident. And if anyone's looking at your card that closely after they give it to you, or you give it to them, please take it and hit them. I'm just saying. Please do that. And you can tell them that came from me. I'm just going to line up the side. I'm going to pinch it. And I'm going to pinch this side too. And then our fingers do just a little bit of yoga. And then I'm going to pinch this like this, just to get that tape to adhere. And there we go. Boom. Our tunnel is made. And you can see you've got this beautiful effect that's going on. Now, I also have this one here that just fits. And I'm just going to trim it just a little bit on each side. So now, I mean, all of this was fun. Now all the fun really comes in. And I'm just going to trim some off the bottom. I'm going to put a line of glue. And we're just going to pop that in there. So that when you look at this on, you've got this little snowdrift here, and you've got this little one back in here that I created. So basically, I've created 1, 2, 3, 4 layers when it comes to this. And that's exactly what I wanted to do. All right. So now we have that. Now the fun. We have all of these beautiful bits and pieces, these beautiful flourishes that can come up, and we can just have fun layering them and having fun placing them. I did do both, as you can see, gold and silver. because I just like that. I do like the touch of the gold and the silver. I'm wondering if that will fit right there. And it will. And that's exactly what we're going to do. So I'm going to take this gold. My tweezers are going to come in because they are going to be my friend. Oh, and I have a little spot to poke out. Gonna poke. Here we go. Oop. And I want to put glue on that. And we're going to put glue on this and down here. And again, I'm okay with that piece hanging off. This is a home decor piece for me. And then this one is going to sit down here. And we're going to do the same thing. And I'm kind of matching it up with, I'm going to put that piece out again, with the flourishes that are already on the box. There is enough room for your hand to fit in. It's all good. I also have some silver ones, so you could double layer these if you want to get that double layer look. But I do like that element. I am going to put one on this side as it goes down. So we're going to alternate it. Picked up my scissors, that was funny. Okay. And I'm going to take this and hold it by that snowflake. Get my hand in here. And remember, you have the wall this time. So we have that. And then we're going to put the other one down on the bottom. And I want to put it in this way. Let your pieces, oh, I forgot to punch that down again. Piece just does not want to pump out. All right, so this time I'm going to come in from the bottom. Matter of fact, nope, I'm going to come in from the top. I'm going to go up against that wall. Hold it. And let that drop. So you're building your scene as you poke these along. Now I have all of these wonderful snowflakes. And these are beautiful layered snowflakes. And I think, though, I am going to stick with and you can see I'm just putting glue in the center. That's the beauty of mirror cardstock. I think I have enough white when it comes to this because the base is white. So I do like the iridescent. That's coming in. Maybe, sort of. Because what we can also do, that one went on crooked, is add gems or gold sparkle to these. I'm having a wonderful time with the mirror cardstock. There we go. I also just like really putting glue in the center of these so that the edges can be dimensional as well. And then we can leave some of these plain. So thinking of the back, I want to put one there of that back piece. So I do want to get my gold stickles out. We're not going to do anything else to the back. Oh, did this? No. Thank you. Tweezers. Yes, tweezers. Turn. And we're going to come in. Going to get a better grip. My tweezers don't want to release. That's all right. There we go. Hands in. Oof. Okay. And then my tweezers can come up from behind and just press on it. So there we've got that next level that's going back in there. So you do definitely want to put your stickles on before you get your snowflakes in place. All right, so now we have that one. And this one's going to go That's funny, I was grabbing the glue. This one's going to go on the outside. And that's going to go right in here. And we're going to lift that up just a little bit. Put a dab of glue. There we go. Okay. We are almost done. Because I do just want to put one more in to decorate that back wall. And then this tunnel is done. And I'm just going to put a dab in the center. We are going to drop glue right there. This is where our picker upper. Aww. Never fear. Oh, don't think that can't be fixed. So we have a dab of Stickles. Guess what we're going to do? We're going to add more. That. We're going to have some fun. See, nothing is ever a mistake. It's just an opportunity to have even more fun, right? And then we're going to just add some to the outside here, just to decorate these beautiful embellishments that she created in her design. But these do look absolutely gorgeous. Die cut inlaid. And I thought about it. Here we go. And I see all those snowflakes. There is our snowflake. And again, it stands up. You can put a tea light down there. You would be able to bend this back and a tea light will fit in there. Just right in here, and it'll glow. I'm not going to do it now. This will flatten down into a card. So, I mean, this will flatten and it will go into a 5x7 envelope as well. And then that is our back. We're a little crooked, but that's okay. All right, so that is our snowflake tunnel. See, there's no mistakes. Yes. No mistakes. So that is our snowflake one. Absolutely love it. These are just phenomenal. All right, let me set this one aside. And we're going to let that one dry. Let me move these. Because now we're going to do the poinsettia. And I want to show you first the different way. I'm putting all my extra dies in here, my die cuts. There's another way that you can use this pop-up die system, or at least I think. Again, all of these things that I'm doing, I don't know my ideas if they're going to work or if they're not going to work. And as you can see, this is going to be a nice, this is going to be a long live. Because I'm on a roll. All right, let me get something to drink here. Oh, and I see, I just saw your thing now, Gwen. You put some on top of the mailbox. Okay. But you see, I had the white there. That's why I didn't do that one. All right. So when it comes to the poinsettia, this is what the die looks like. This one does come with the side panel. You've got this oval ring that creates a border. You've got these beautiful greeneries. You've got these layered poinsettias. And then here's your tunnels that will come towards you. What I'm thinking, now for the second one, I'm also going to pull in this beautiful lantern. This is the poinsettia lantern add-on. All right. Here are my pieces. Okay. And I'm going to need these. And I'm going to need those. Let me get out my greens. Because I do want to see if this works. So these are the rings that the system die cuts, or that oval die cuts. And I think I'm actually going to need 2 of those. So I may have to do some die cutting today. Sorry. Here's more greens that I did. And when I die cut like if there's greenery, if there's florals, accents, I die cut more than what I need because I don't know how I'm going to tuck. I know I'm going to need 2 of these. And for this one, I'm only going to need 2 of these. No, I'm going to need 4 of these. Yeah, okay, so I'm going to have to die cut another one there. No. And I need this. So we may have to do some die cutting. Or this might be the one that I do. Because I really want to try this. So just like with the snowflake, we can have 3 layers. We can have the back, the front, and the middle. Or we can add a little one in there. Here, I'm going to do something a little bit different on this. So I'm going to turn this over. And I'm going to cover this up with some vellum. And I'm going to need another piece of vellum. All right, so I don't know if you guys know, I think they're called luminaries. Is that correct? Does somebody know? They're what these tunnels just really remind me of are those bags that you can put outside, and you filled them up with sand, and you put a candle in them. You know, it's for, so Santa, you know, one of the reasons you believe in the magic. And that's what we're going to do here. I want to create a luminary, and I think it can be done. So, Annette, again, it's another way of stretching your dies. Yes, okay, good. Thank you, Gwen. I wasn't quite sure. So, I'm going to put my bead of glue around this, and I'm going to get this set in place. Push away from the opening. And then I'm going to do the same thing to this one. And I'm doing it on the wrong side of the piece, where I'm gluing the piece of vellum in place. I need to turn that down just a little bit. Okay. So now we're going to get this one in. And I'm just tacking this in place. All right. Now, with these, I'm going to cut the sides off. And I'm going to go in just a little bit more on each side. Because again, these are going to go on the inside just to give a smooth transition, and you'll see why. All right, we're going to put glue on this. So I love coming up with different ways to use your stash, your dies. Now, again, I am a die cutter. I do very much enjoy die cutting. All right, so that's one. Now, I'm going to bend these flaps in towards the inside. Just like that. And let's crease them down. So that's why I cut that second piece smaller so that these will bend. All right, so now we have that, and the bending is understood. Now, I want to layer these up. Clean that top off. And we're just going to layer these up. Now, I know I'm thinking, okay, luminary and all of that. Please don't put these outside if you do that. But wouldn't it be awesome if we could dip them in lacquer? Wouldn't that be awesome? And then we're going to put the gold on front. There we go. Now, and this will be two-sided. So this, yeah. So this now is going to go right there. This is very thin. Even this. Very dainty, Sabrina. Yes. And I'm going to carefully put this down now. Just so I don't get glue on the vellum. Okay, so that's one done. It was crooked. And I saw it was crooked. Okay, one done. So now we're going to do the same thing on this one. We're going to cut just inside. On both sides. If you hear any scraping or anything else, I apologize. We got lots of sleet last night. Lots. Or not last night, the night before. And we're still trying to clean it out. Because unfortunately, I must go to work tomorrow. And I don't want to. So yeah, we're still trying to clear some of the ice away. And again, what I'm mainly lining up against is the opening. And then pressing down. And now we'll get this in place as well. Oh, and I'm sure you. Oh, and now Max is snoring. Okay, so you're getting all of the sounds of the home. All right. But believe it or not, we are almost done with this one. I always loved, my mom always had luminaries outside. And it was just beautiful. And we were, my parents' home was on what I'll call, or refer to like as a private lane. And there was only 4 houses connected to it. And for a couple years, or for a few years, they would all do this. And the whole lane was just lined, the driveways to the lane and the entire lane down to the main street just had all of these luminaries. It was gorgeous. It was just really, really pretty. And I absolutely loved it. So when I saw the poinsettia, it just reminded me of that. Okay, let's get this down. All right, and press. Okay, and then we're going to get these inside as well. And I'm really going to press those down. And I'm going to need the other 2 of these. And you'll see why I keep... Okay, so we're only going to do the 1.6. And I'm going to put these to this side. All right. So now we're going to decorate. Before we get all of... before we put all the sides together and everything, we're going to decorate this. No. No, Cordelia. No, we do not need to hear the sleet hitting the window. No, no. Although, very thankful and grateful that it was sleet. I mean, it was like close to an inch of sleet that we got. If it was freezing rain, I don't. This probably would not have been taking off. Let me try cranberry. I want to get. So these are layering poinsettias. And I want to make sure. Nope, not dark enough. I need a dark one. Dark, 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 dark. Oh, Cabernet. Yes. So these are layering poinsettias. And I'm just going to real quick put these together. Now these are embossed. I don't know if you can see that. So they have that beautiful detail going on. And as you can see, yes, I die cut more than what I need because I love it. Because they're florals, and you never know, or I never know, I should say I never know how many I'm going to need exactly. Now I'm going to layer these up. And I don't know. Okay, here we go. And then I want to ink them. Now you could use a darker color for your base. You could use good morning, Ave. You could use a darker one, but I just really, I'm going to go pretty far in with the ink so that lighter cardstock is going to show. And then you can, just swirl on the inside as well to give it a little dimension there as well. And that's what I'm looking to do with that. All right, and we're going to do both sides of this one. So this one, you could see the other side. Again, depending upon where you put it. This is another home decor. This is not, well, and it could be a pop-up, but you would just have to include instructions. Just saying. When it comes to the recipient who gets it. So I know that one's going to go there. No, that one's going to go up there. And I do want another one of these. So as I find the ones where they go, I'm plopping them. Too much fun. Oh, that's one. And that one's going to go there. That one's going to go there. That one's going to go here. And I don't know where that one goes. And we're going to do the same thing. We're just going to line it up. And place it down. Now I am going to do these one at a time. That one's going to go there. I know I want these. Just the way that this one is shaped. It's going to go there. So whatever I'm doing to one, I'm going to mirror it for the other side. Now, you can certainly do it the same way. It doesn't matter. And I'll probably change what I'm doing here once I start doing that. So again, I get this idea in my brain. And then I just start going with it. And I change as it all comes together. Because it can. Now, this one, it doesn't necessarily have to be a double-sided one. You could, I'm just looking for this to be double-sided for the idea that I have. You could still do the same thing that I'm doing, just do the two panels, except your panel, one of them would be solid. What am I doing here? That's what I'm doing. It could be solid in the back and then still have the vellum, and then with what I'm going to use, it would light, light up in there and show. And then I just want two of these. Okay, so these, that, and these are the ones I'm keeping. And you'll see what I mean. Oops. All right, now let's get these inked very quickly. And again, I'm just going along the edge, definitely hitting the point, and then I want to swirl in the center because we're going to add stickles again. I'm going to make sure they're together first this time. I'm not going to do, we don't have to do what I did when it comes to the snowflakes. I know I was making you all very nervous on that, but that's what makes it fun. All right, got that speckle. So yeah, I do want to do the mirror. All right, so let's get this one up first. We're going to use double-sided foam squares for this. And I'm actually going to do this. We're going to double this one. And I want that to go there. So these are now going to come down because we're going to mirror what I'm doing. Now they're going to look the same because, again, I didn't mirror the flowers, but wasn't looking to do that. What I'm trying to mirror is the position where the flowers are sitting. And I'm going to put that one like that. And we're going to place the large ones in first. And we're going to do the same thing with these. Oh, and I forgot to say, guys, if you have any questions, make sure they're in caps. Caroline. Hello. How are you doing? Gwen, really? You called that weird sleep cycles? Ah. But you know what, Gwen? I'm the same way. Yeah. Absolutely. So I get it. And now we're going to go like this. All right. Now we are going to use one. Level of double-sided foam squares. Yeah, okay. So I'm going to put that one there, which means that one's going to go over here. And I am going to take double-sided foam square here, because that sticking up was, yes, not making me happy. Can you tell? It just was not. And again, it's paper. We can bend it and push it. Just saying. And I'm going to pinch that. And I'm going to pinch that. Remember, we don't have to worry about the inside. This is going to go, no, like that. And I need that to come off that and go there. And then this is going to go here. Like so. All right. So far, there's our 2 mirrors. Now the fun really begins. Not that this all hasn't been fun. But I love just tucking greenery into place. Now the greenery, I'm not worried about that being perfect. It does not have to be the same. It can just look the same. And again, just tuck, 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 tuck. And then we'll put these little sprigs of green, light green. We're going to put that right in there. Put that there. And now we're going to do the same thing to the other side. And for this, I'm just looking at the curve. That's what I want. When it comes to the top. I just needed the placement, or wanted the placement, of the flowers to be somewhat the same. There we go. Ooh, hello. And now we're just going to do the same thing with the bottom. Again, not looking for it to be the same, but just going to fill in with all of the awesome greenery. And then we'll tuck. I am, Gwen. Yes, I am up when you are up. Yes, 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 yes. I wake up very early. I am a very early riser. For some reason, I don't know why. I'm also that person that if I have to wake up at any point, I'm up. I can't For some reason, I cannot fall back asleep. And then I just want, I have got greenery flying all over the place. It's absolutely hysterical here. I do need to make sure I don't go too far off the bottom. Got that. Now for this, I can break that up because I am surprised I did not die cut enough of these. But it is working. Just the hint of colors coming in. I don't need those. And let's get some brighter greens in here. Get that there. Again, while I'm not worried about the placement of these, I'm doing the same thing. Just so we have that little bit of symmetry. Huh? And then our last one. Just going to set that up there. All right. We are set. So now what we're going to do, no, I'm not going to put my stickles in the center yet. I'm going to put all of these in my container here because I keep all those. And I need to get this stuff out of my way. I must clean just a little bit. Oh my goodness. Cordelia. That's a rise. How much, yeah, how much rise did you put in that bread? I just got a picture of Cordelia's bread. And it looks yummy. All right. So, we're going to do this a couple different ways. The first thing that I want to do, and I think I'm just going to use the one. We are just going to use glue. Yep, you said it. Yep, I said it. Yep. I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to come up underneath these greens. I'm going to line it up on the bottom. And I'm going to press. Since I'm not putting 3 layers on this, I don't have to worry about making sure I get a quick grab. Now, the one thing I am going to do is clean my fingers because the glue's pulling off all the dirty things. Okay, let's see if that helps. All right, now I'm going to pick this back up. And it's okay. You're not going to see it. Not going to see it. Let go. I'm going to turn this around. And I'm going to put glue down this tab again. And go up underneath those greens. I'm just going to slide this in. I'm going to line it up. And I'm going to press down. And I'm going to flip her over and press down this way. All right. They're in. Now we're going to do the next side. Now I'm going to look at which side. Okay, this side has more. So now these go to the inside. So I'm going to bend this up. I'm going to put my glue. I'm going to set this down. I'm going to angle in first. I'm going to line it up. I'm going to press down. Not straight. There we go. Now it's straight. I am going to trim the bottom. Nope. Not straight. There we go. That's the beauty of liquid glue. So, while this is still flat, I'm going to do that now. There we go. All right. Now, to get this part adhered, I'm going to fold that down. I'm going to add my glue. I'm going to bring this side up. I'm going to line it up. I'm going to come in on the other side. I'm going to line it up. And our fingers are just going to do a little bit of yoga. Going to pinch it. The glues that we use, whether you use art glitter glue, whether you use Barely Arts, now I'm just going to pinch this side, Barely Arts glue, or even just a PVA glue, they dry quick. All right, there we go. So that is our front, and that is our back. Now, this is a pop-up. Again, you just want to make sure that you put instructions in there. Now, what could we use? So, Gwen just asked, what about the base? You really don't need a base. All right, with what I'm thinking about. You really don't need that base. What I'm going to use are fairy lights, and that's these right here. So, if I can unwind them, let me lay that down there again. This is just another way to use lights, and I'm going to straighten them out. Uh-huh. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Mm-hmm. Only I could could possibly tangle up fairy lights. And these are battery operated. And yes, I still did. No, I didn't. Um, these are battery operated, which I think is awesome. Um, I get them from Amazon. Oh, this is all. Oh my. But we're going to figure it out. Sorry, guys. You got to watch me do this because we need these to untangle. Because I know they can. There we go. There we go. And there we go. Okay. So this is it's a long strand. And then they are battery operated. You can replace the batteries in these. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to lay that down. And the only thing you have to do, you know, you could have kept it all together, but I'm actually going to rewind them. Basically the same height as what our sides are. And I'm just going to go back and forth. I'm going to push that up in there. And on the back side, I'm going to grab my hole punch and I'm going to put a hole. Not a hole, but a half a hole in the center. Because then this cord in the back can stick out. Now, what you can also do is just keep it in there if you want, whatever you would want to do. And then just flatten them out. And then if you turn them on, it should look like an illuminary. You can also glue it to the back, to the side if you want. But just remember, you've got to change the battery when you need to. These are not on a timer. And there you go. Looks like an illuminator. Now, if I turn off the one light, there you go. You can see it a little more. So there you go. You've got your own luminary. And again, if you want that piece to hang out the side, you can. And then you have it on the other side as well. So however that person wants to have that, they can. So I think that's pretty cool. So you don't have to add each of your layers. And then here's the notch that I put in there so that if you wanted to, here's the controller, you can just have that sitting out and it'll still stand up. And then that can be to the back. And then that's what it looks like in there. So see? A luminary. It's different. It's a different way to use your dies when it comes to the things that you want to create. And you can have, you know, different themes, or, you know, you can have them sitting on a mantle, you can have them sitting on the ground, you know, in the house. No, do not put this outside. I must say that. I must say that. Again, all paper. Unless there's a way that we could dip lacquer this, which would be awesome, not good for the outside. All right, just saying. Just saying. So there is your luminary. And it's a way to, you know, keep, and I mean, again, you could also tack this somehow in there if you wanted to. And I was looking at uh, Pear's lights, Pear Blossom. Love those lights. Love them. But you have to keep pushing it. This is a way to keep it on all the time. All right. You want to do one more? Where are we at? 161. You want to do one more? Oh, why, thank you, TK. 2266. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Or do you want me to let you all go? Somebody's got to answer me that. Wonder if you could put a little pocket on the side, inside for the little berry. Okay, Alvin. Okay. For the little berry. You could. Absolutely, you could. You could put like a little tiny band in there and just slide that up in there. Yes. You could certainly do that. So many different ways that you could do this. But just these, you can change the battery. And it's got an on and off switch. So you just need a little screwdriver and you can actually change the battery. It's those round discs, disc batteries. And they do last a long time. But again, this is something that I would put on. Well, I would have it on all the time. When it comes to that. Now, I am going to put my stickles on. So this will be fun. Yes. Yes. TK, it absolutely would. So I'm going to keep this up in the air. And I'm just going to add some stickles to the center. And we'll do this on both sides, but not lay it down. See, I do things very difficult. Yes. I love stickles. I think they are awesome. There we go. Okay. Now we've got glitter on the outside as well. Now, you could also, now that I did that, if you didn't want to do fairy lights, I just like the look of fairy lights. You could just put, I mean, this is, oh, here, no, it's the right color. You could just put a tea light up in there as well. Or you could get a taller votive. And again, that would just, boom. You don't have to worry about any hole in the back. You don't have to worry about changing everything. This could be taller. And you can get one of those flickering lights to go in here as well. Very simple. So, options. Absolute options. And these tea lights, you can change out the batteries as well. And they're on timers. I get those from Amazon as well. All right. So that's our third. Let's do our fourth project. How about it? All right, everyone said yes. I'm here for it. Here we go. And then I'll let you all go. Because then I have to be an adult. Not that I want to be, but I have to be. All right, let me get some semblance to the desk. Lots of things were getting thrown around there for that one. Let's do that. Oh, who knew she did that? Okay. Got that. I don't need these. Now, I thought, so again, I did all of the die cutting before we started, and thank goodness. So I know someone out there wants to ask, okay, how long did it take you to die cut? It took a long time. So die cutting all of this took, I'm going to say, 6 hours. I did it over a span of a couple of days. So, yes, it does take time to get all of that prepped and ready. All right, so for our last one, we are going to be using the train. The train. Okay, I'm going to save that because I'll do that one in a card. All right, so we did the poinsettia. So the train is very similar to, if you guys remember, I did the 5 projects, 1 kit, featuring the Polar Express card kit, which, oh God, I still love that kit. And it had that train that was part of the die cut. Oh, TK, thank you so much. It is way overrated, TK. Yes. Way overrated of being an adult. I don't want to, but we must. We must. All right. Trying to find the die. I found that die. So this one, she did a tunnel pop-up. And here it is. Now, this tunnel pop-up, and this is the only die set that I used. I didn't, like with the snowflakes, I added more in. And for those of you that are just coming in, I'll show you the projects that we did. Oh, my white acrylic paint's empty. That we did, and we'll go over them. So this one's a different size. She made it wider because she really wanted more bricks to show. And trust me, I get it. And this is versatile. All right, so these are the dies that you get. You get, here's your planks. I'm going to call them planks. Your layer planks. And you can see, again, it's beautifully embossed with those colors. Here's the side piece. For the train, yes, you need this side piece that comes with this. You can tell it's not as wide, all right, and it is a little taller. All right, this is what this looks like. It's phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. All right, and you can see these layers that are going on. Here you have your base, which can be used as the backdrop. It's the same size as this. So you've got your backdrop, and I'm hoping I have all the pieces die cut for this because I really had to think this one out. All right, and then all of your intricate pieces, the train, rail, all of that. But then you have this designed piece that perfectly matches up with this as well. You could actually die cut inlay all of these little bricks if you wanted to. It would look absolutely fabulous. I did not choose to do that this time. No. But it would be fabulous. Absolutely fabulous. But instead, I'm going to show you how we can get the different brick look when it comes to this. All right, so this is the die set here. And again, it is a pop-up. All right, so let's get these back into the packaging before I lose any of the dies, because I don't want to do that. That would be bad. All right. So same principle here, though. I am going to fight with my box to get it open. There we go. Here's all of our pieces. Got my sides. Let's get those there. Here's my backdrop. Let me lift all of this. So I got that. I got to remember what I was doing. This, and this. Okay. Okay. We're going to set... No, we're going to do that first. We're going to set all of those pieces aside. And we're going to work on this. So I chose, of course, black for the train. And let's zoom in for this again. Hello. All right. And let's get our pieces together. So I want my pokey tool. Need my glue. And I did die cut this 3 times, the base train. Again, looking to create that chipboard style piece. And I think for this one as well, I am only creating the front and the back. Again, with the snowflake, I created 3 panels, but then had that mini panel sitting in there because you can do that. You can add any of the pieces that you want. I need the picture of this piece. I am so thankful that she does this. Again, I'm going to refer back to this so that I know in the order, not that I'm not going to make a mistake, of the pieces coming together. So here, I'm going to real quick do this one first. So this is the clock that goes up on top. Here is the sign. I chose Polar Express. And I know I have these little pieces. Now I just need to find the other one. Ha. Okay. I am now also, oops, going to come in with Vintage Photo. I want to go around the edge of the clock as well, just to give it a little bit of color. I'm going to put our Polar Express sign in. And now we'll put our hangers on. And now we've got, I gotta find, oh, our little hands to the clock. Again, I know that die cutting is not for everyone. It's not. Now I'm going to get my very fine micron. It's a fine liner. Mm-hmm. And my glasses so I can see. Okay, now we're going to get real close here. And I'm going to use this to color in these areas. Because you can, and she gives you those areas to do that. Into the straight lines first. And I'm letting the paper guide where my pen is going. I am not looking for it to be perfect. Again, to me, that's what adds to something that we are hand making. I'm okay, that's a little crooked up there. Now I'm going to do the Polar Express. Perfect. There's our clock. All right, now let's get back to the train. Now, I think this piece, here's the fun part of the puzzle. So I think that goes there. Yes. At least I think it does. Oh, that's what we're going with. This is one piece when I die cut it. I'm like, where does that go? I could not figure out where this went. Because again, there's layers upon layers that happen here. So that's why it's good that we have the picture that she gives. Because I have to be honest, I would be lost without the picture. Now, for the front, I am going to put this together first before getting it down onto, and I shouldn't have done that. It's all right. I can clean it. Oh my. See how easy that was? Let me get... Let's try that again. I'll get this layered up, and then I'll get it down on the train. And on the base piece, she does provide guidance as to what goes with what, which is a good thing. Okay, now we've got that. Now we've got two circles. I think it's this one, and it's this one, and I think, yes. So they are going to go here. So you can see how these are layering over that red piece. So they're not going to be flush against the train, so don't force it. Now I'm going to put our gold pieces in there. And hopefully they'll stick. And then all right, so now we've got to get these. And now I want to work on this because I think this, yes, this needs to go down next. So when you look at her pictures, look to say, okay, what's on the bottom, what's on the top. Sabrina, thank you so much for these pictures. I'm just saying. And then I know this goes here. And you can see the train is just, it's just coming to life. It's really cool. All right, now I know this is going to go on top of that. And look at the other pieces too. Like you can see this has another cut into it. That means there's something that's going to go on top of it. So always look for that. And I know I shouldn't have put it on the globe, but you know, it's not going to be seen. Not going to know. All right, and then this, I think that goes in there. Maybe not. Let's do like this piece goes right there. And there's a piece that I'm missing. And that's okay. I'm going to put this down. It is just like that. Oh, the details. Yep, okay, give me that. Hee hee hee. Oh, oh my. There we go. Alright, we're going to put that there. I'm going to use my finger for this one. That goes there. And then this one. No. I thought that one then came on top. No, but it's going to. Okay, so we're going to do this. I do want that dimension, so that is where I was going with that. And then this is that piece that comes up. Oh, Cordelia, goodbye if I missed you. So that's going to go there. And then this is the ring. That goes in here. I mean, look at the detail. the pure detail. It is amazing. That we're going to put on the inside. And just got to get that in there correctly. Or else I'm going to be upset. Okay. Now, I think I'm missing other pieces. Okay, so we've got the red. Yeah, see, there's a piece that I'm missing. No, I'm not. Okay, there they are. I was a little concerned. So we're going to put those there. And these are things that do make you talk to yourself. Absolutely. But I think as crafters, that's what we do. Here's that one. And there's that one. Oh, and I could have that be this little piece here. Alright, so that's going to go there. And that's going to go there. And now we get to add the final accents. I don't know how she does this. I mean, this is just amazing. The detail that she applies to this, it's just it's just amazing. I mean, this is just absolutely amazing. And I know That's the little piece that I wanted. Oh yeah, there's a little piece that just goes right there. A picker-upper tool, tweezers are your friends. They truly, truly are. I'm going to stretch for 1 minute. So, Ave, the poinsettia lantern that I did, I used the Scrappy Tails um, poinsettia pop-up, tunnel pop-up die set. Um, when I put that together. This is, so I decided today for the live, just do something different. It's all about die cutting. Again, I know it's not for everyone. Absolutely get it. I am a die cutter. And now, every time I die cut, guys, I have to, I think of Biddy. Very much so. Because, as we have learned, she is not. And she eloquently said it. She was very eloquent when she said it. But I do think of her now when I die cut. It does. It takes, especially these. So this is a form of paper piecing. When it comes to Sabrina's dies, they are special. They are unique because of the layers that you get. They're also phenomenal for using up your scraps. I mean, let's really look at that. You can use up your scraps for this. All right, now I'm going to put these down. I'm going to say yes, I'm going to put these down first. So this is the railroad that we're now putting together. I am not going to add any details to this railroad. I'm going to keep it plain, meaning I'm not going to add any vintage photo to it because there is so much going on and I don't want to lose the detail in my train. Not that it would, but these are going to get lost. This is going to be this is just going to sit in the background. So I'm not worried about adding that detail. And I know you heard that with me saying that. Usually I'm adding all the details that I can when it comes to our pieces. And now I'm just going to put glue because again, when you layer, you're creating these steps. So I'm going to put that one there. And here we go. I'm going to put that one there. Shift that out. There we go. We're shifting. We're shifting. And then we're going to put this one over here. There we go. Okay. So then that is the trains that will sit on. All right. These are beautiful. I mean, these alone. And you can do, again, when you're buying a die set like this, I want you to think about something. So, when you're looking at this, so I believe, I'm not sure what this die set is. I want to say maybe 40, 45, the set. Now you can see all of the pieces that you're getting here. Just look at these three. You've got these three pieces that you have. And again, I want you to look at your dies in a different way. How can we stretch them? How can we get the most out of our dies? If you just put this piece together alone, you have a beautiful card front. You have a beautiful single image, clean and simple card front for the front of your card. And you can, draw, or you can add the rails down to the bottom of it. You can have this and have this sit on top. Or you can just take this Polar Express and put it on the front of your train to create a card, a standard A2 size card. You don't have to create the pop-up tunnel. But what's nice is you can also, this would make a great slimline card. All right, I'm going to zoom you back out because, I need room. So there's different things that we can do when it comes to our dies. Now I'm going to set these. I am absolutely in love with that piece. I mean, the detail that she creates, and I'm sure I'm missing pieces. I'm sure of it. But the detail that she creates is just amazing. I mean, she thinks to have metal for the hangy part of the sign. She's got these elements where, okay, this looks like the shadow based upon how she creates the die. All right, so let's go back to our pieces. So I got to remember what I did. So here I have the two main bases in the back. Now I'm sure what I was thinking is, okay, this has got to go here, or this has got to go here, this has got to go on the other side, so that if we wanted to write a message, we could. And this is going to be our backdrop when it comes to our piece. Because this will set up here, and then we're going to die cut inlay this piece in there so that our train sits about here. The clock is going to be there. These are going to come in like this. And then here is this beautiful intricate, and let me tell you what, this die cut like butter. Yep. One pass. I kid you not. I am not kidding. One pass. Now, just like that, when you use the right or a certain color, not right, certain color of cardstock, it already looks like brick. All right? We're going to add a little bit of something here. So that's what that's going to, but we're going to have layers because I'm only going to have 2 layers for this card. I don't know why I did this. I embossed it. I dry embossed the die. Oh, because I wanted to show you all. So you could take this die. See how it's embossed? Beautiful. If you get one of those rubber mats, okay, you put your cardstock down first. You put this on top of it with the design facing down. You put, no, you go this way. You put your die facing up, you put your cardstock on top, you put your rubber mat, and then for me, I have the Spellbinder 6. I put the adapter plate, plate D, because I have the platform system, and then you run that through. And you get the most gorgeous embossed design through your piece that is amazing. Just absolutely amazing. All right, and I think I'm going to use this as my back panel. That's what I'm going to do with that. All right, so let's get our two. Let's not throw things. But I do want my two pieces here. Yeah. We are going to add some inks to these to get that brick look. I first want to come in with my vintage photo. And I'm going to come in on the edge. Now I am going to press down just a little hard so that it gets down into the crevices of the piece. And so that I don't damage anything. All right, so we have that. Now I'm going to do the other side. All right, so we have that. Now I am also going to pull in scorched timber. And I like that even better. Now we can just get messy. And what I mean is we're just going to come in and do areas to give it that grunge look. It does not have to be the same, but you want to make sure that you are holding down your paper. All right, that's the scorched timber. Now we'll come in with the vintage photo. And again, this is what's going to give that brick look. Because when we take it and we put it on over it, you can see we have different colors coming through. And that's all you need to do. Yeah. But you want to make sure that you're, going in dark. Go over your colors. You can also come in with some white or a gray if you wanted to. But that'll give you the different looks. All right. Now, let's get these layered. This alone is... but that's okay. I'm going to make sure that I put glue on the outside. And then I'm going to put glue on the inside line. carefully, quietly. And as long as I have that there, we should be okay. So now I'm going to take this and I'm going to line it up on my panel. And again, I'm just going to drop it. We're going to wiggle to get it into place. And while it's here, I'm going to, wiggle, wiggle. Get that in place. There we go. And I'm going to bend up these sides. I'm going to need my paper creaser for this one. And let's do the other side. Again, when I'm bending this up, I'm looking at that base, that decorative plate we just put on, because I don't want to go past that. There we go. And you can see the different colors coming through. I don't know if you can on camera, but you can see those different colors. We are going to rinse and repeat that process. So again, I am just making sure I am hitting the outside of this panel with a bead of glue. And then I make sure I go into the inside. And again, you don't have to get every single spot. It's all good. It'll stick. Nothing's going to come up. I'm just putting dots every so often. And we're going to do the same thing. And remember, when you use liquid adhesive, you've got some wiggle room. That's why you see me bending this back and forth. I'm looking at it, head on to see if I see any of the red coming out from underneath or anything like that. She's down. You can see from the back. All right, well, I can wiggle just a little bit more, but it's okay. And now we're going to push this back up again. And push those back down again. So while sometimes, you think, okay, well, that's a small step to crease it. No, you want to make sure that it is creased very well, because then it kind of helps with how we put this together. Now, one of these is my back, and that's going to be this one. So I am going to bring these to the front. Your back one, the tabs go to the front. All right. This I am going to set onto this back panel. That's going to be my backdrop for the back. All right, now, and I did hand cut around this, so no, it's not going to line up perfectly, but I'm okay with that. All right, we're going to set that down. I'm just going to make sure that the point is lined up. And now we'll get that in place. And to cover this up here, I'm going to go around with my scorched timber. Again, it's the tricks of the trades to hide things. I'm going to put more glue in here. And we're going to drop this down. But before I do, you see, I'm thinking. I'm going to come across and I'm going to add my scorched timber. And now I'll drop it. I'm just making sure that these corners here are tucked in there. There we go. This is going to sit here. And I'm going to prop that up. So we're going to be doing a lot of propping up in our pieces because I really want the dimension of the piece coming at us. And I need my double-sized squares. And I am going to double this one. Matter of fact, I'm going to go for a third. All right, that's that. Now, I think I'm going to get my double-sided tape on because we are going to use that for this piece. And I'm taking it right up to the fold. And I want to get the side panels on. So same thing. Make sure we push this in. Get our glue, because that helps us. We're going to lay this down. We're going to line it up. And we're making it even with the bottom and going to the top. And then once it's in, we want to fold it. push that down. Same thing on the other side. Lots of rinse and repeats here. And going right up to that score, not going over it. Pushing down. Quick fold it over and pinch. All right. So now we've got that in there. So now we have this one. I am going to get this side in. For some reason, something is telling me to do that. It could be a good thing, or it could be a bad thing. But this construction is the same thing that we've done with all of the other pop-ups that we've done today. And what I'm going to do, yes, I'm going to at least get this side in. And what my thought is, if I get this side in, perfect. Is I can take this and just prop it up like this. This side's not connected on the top, but I've got this side in. So now I know, okay, where do I want to go? Do I want to put this, I gotta stand up on my tippy toes here, back like that, up on the top, and have this completely in suspension in the back here? Is that what I want to do? And it all depends. I think what I'm going to do is I do want that down there. So let's put our glue. I'm going to make sure it's along the edge. I'm going to use my tweezers. And we're just going to do some yoga. And I'm just going to get that set in place. So really, the rails are leaning up against this side that's in here. So again, it's not going straight down to the back. Well, hello, Shay. Well, hello, Kelly. Welcome. Thank you so much for stopping by. We are just having fun with die cutting. So my channel, Kelly, it's all about paper and just having fun with paper. Okay, so now this. I want this to be propped up. Now, how would we do this? Well, there's lots of different ways. See how we did that? Yeah, there's lots of different ways that we can do that. So with this, I just did 3 layers of double-sided foam. Here, for this, I've got this whole base. Now, this is die cut 3 times, so it's like a chipboard piece. which is awesome, which is what we want. What I'm going to do is cut this. I'm going to measure this and say, okay, so 1, 2, we're going to say about 2.5. I am going to score this as long as I can get my scoreboard out, which I can. Every 1/2 inch. So that's 1 side, 2 sides, 3 sides, 4 side, 5. You need that 5th side. I always forget the 5th side. And now I'm going to cut this side off. We're going to bend them. And I just created a tube. So we're going to put glue on our tube. And we're going to glue that in place. And we're going to hold it. Because we want to make sure 2 things. 1, it doesn't slip. And 2, it adheres. Because this is going to be the strength for our train. All right. This is going to get glued onto the back of this. Okay. So let's do that. Now I am going to add double-sided tape to this. Going to add the liquid glue. And we're going to put that right there. And we're going to come in, we're going to push that down. Not going anywhere. Same time, before we do anything, I'm going to put a strip of double-sided tape here. And we're just going to set this aside. Because what I'm going to do first is put this together. I want this put together because I don't want to knock around that train, possibly. There was a lot of work that went into that train. All right, let's do our double-sided glue. Now remember, these are tunnel pop-ups, so they are, so when I do the last side, I bring this up like this. I line it up on the bottom. I line it up on the side. I bring it up. I pinch. And then I pinch it like that. Again, it's paper. It's going to go back to shape. It's not going to lose its shape. So see, it can be a pop-up. But I'm adding dimension to mine. And there we go. So that's the tunnel so far. We have this. Now you can also put another one here, and that's where I want that. I'm changing my mind. I don't know why I put that there. So you are watching me change. You know what? Oh, now this is let's fix this at its best. How is Des going to do this one? Okay. So this You all were screaming that. I know you were. I heard you. All right, so now this is going to go here. And this is going to go right there. All right, so see, I can, well, we're going to peel this off. You all are wondering what I'm going to put on that spot, aren't you? Never fear. I want the front to come over the train tracks just a little bit. And I want that to be centered. And she is. It's perfect. I'm going to come in and I'm going to push down now. Okay, it didn't shift. All right, now what could I put here? Remember, as I'm building these, I am building them as home decor pieces. So, I'm not looking to turn them into a what do you call it? I'm not looking to, did I cut that one wrong? Yeah, I did. To turn them into a pop-up card is what I want to say. Um, if I, if a recipient's going to get these are going to be something that I hand to them as a home decor piece. So there's the difference. Now, that doesn't mean that they can't pop up. They will. This one won't. I mean, it'll move, but that train's not going anywhere. You would have to ship this, you know, like this. And you can. I would just run tissue paper up the center and do all that fun stuff. So it is possible. All right, we're going to do the same thing that we did before. We're going to add our foam squares, just two. Going to turn this upside down. So see guys, we can fix anything. Kelly, I agree. That train, the train is just magnificent. It truly is. Sabrina really outdid herself on the design of it. So I'm going to put that there. And I'm going to push that down. And then I'm just going to add a few greens. Coming off the side. Push them down. No, I don't want that one to go that way. We're going to use this one. And yes, the gold stickles are going to come in. don't think we can't do this. All right. And there you go. And this is why I die cut extras and I keep them. So again, we've got pop-ups. I'm just going to put some of my stuff away here so that you can see, because we'll go over everything that we make, because this is the last project, guys. Yes. Shay, I am so glad that you are having a good day today. That is wonderful news. All right, let's just, I'm going to lose all of my pieces. I just know it here. Because we got to recap. I had fun today. I hope you guys enjoyed this. This is kind of like the first time that I did a live like this, where we just dug into basically our stash to show different ways on how you can stretch your dies, because we can do that. I need to take a sip. All right, so let's talk about that one. Are my stickles dry? Yes. We've got that one. We've got this one. I'm going to sort of zoom out just a little bit. There we go. And then we did our warm-up card. Okay. So let's talk about each of them. And then I will let you all go. So again, I featured dies from Scrappy Tales. And I'm looking for something right now. There we go. And this is this is her new collection that she released. It's her last collection of the year for 2025. I can only imagine what she is going to do for 2026. Okay. So we started out making a card. This is a 5x7 card. We created an ink blended background. We added spray, white picket fence, you name it. We added it. Then we just added some die cuts. All right, and that's what we did. I intertwined the fence, meaning I have a layer here, and then I put a layer of the fence behind the birch trees to give that, and you can do that, you know, wiggle through. Yes, I had a seam coming here from the fence. Okay, let's add some texture. Whether that's with the snow tex, whether that's with white gesso thick, whether it's with texture paste. Just place that there, place that there. You could have placed it on top of here, but I figured, okay, I got double layer going on there. The only thing that I need to add there, oh, not that color, which I forgot because I am loving my stickles, is to just add a little berry on the holly. There we go. Now it's complete. All right, and again, 5x7 card. If I do this much work on the front of a card, I don't add a sentiment. We did a lot of work on here. Why would I want to cover that up? I can write my full-length sentiment on the inside. That's where my sentiment is. That's where my feelings are. That's what I'm writing to the recipient. And this is already dry. by the way. So fun. And we even put it on top of the fence. So this is how we warmed up. Yes. Okay. Project number 1. Then we went into the snowflake. So again, this is the snowflake pop-up. And I'll try to show you the dies as well. So for the snowflake pop-up, I used 3. I used the side panel from the Halloween. This is where she started the tunnel pop-ups. So I used that. Now you could, she gives in one of her lives or videos on her channel, which, oh please, you've got to watch because she makes this stuff look so easy, putting them together. She gives the measurement for this because the snowflake pop-up does not come with the side panel. All right, it comes with a beautiful detailed, a beautiful embossed, and then 2 outers that go with it. And then I also use the A7 Snowfall cover plate. So that gave me the background that we've got going on in there. These are all of the snowflakes. We've got 3 layers, 3 panels that we layered up. And then I added, if I turn this over to the bottom, I added one more layer, one more step in there with just one of the snowdrifts. And you can see we've got the snowdrifts coming down, and then we've got all of these beautiful filigrees going on. And then here we've got that beautiful flourish. And I just left it flat. It's the back. This one, you can put a tea light in here as well, if you wanted to. Again, if I just take that, we can bend that back and put that tea light right there. And there you go. It will light up. All right. And it looks really pretty. And again, it's paper. It's going to bend back. It's not going to lose its shape. And that's what that looks like. So it looks like there's a candle in there, and it's just going to glow up through the top. All right. And I'm sorry, I apologize. I didn't warn that I was going to turn a light on. Ave, have an awesome day. Enjoy the grandbaby. All right, so that's that one. And that is basically the traditional way that the pop-up will work. And again, these are pop-ups, so you can push them back and forth. Our second one, we made a double-sided, and there's a reason why this is double-sided. So this is the poinsettia die set. Now this does come with the side panel. It comes with this beautiful ornate oval that we layered up. Beautiful poinsettias, greenery, and here's our panels. All right. Now for this one, I did the same thing on both sides. All right, we've got our poinsettias. We've got, this is vellum. So when we put in some fairy lights and light it up, we've created a luminary. Remember those bags, you put sand in and then you had a candle that sat in it. That's what my vision was with this. To just have that luminary, and it's on both sides. It's going to light up on both sides, but it can sit on a mantle. It can sit, you can line them up in front of your TV or put a line of them to the tree. And all of that. So again, a different way to use the pop-up without putting multiple layers in. Just creating the box. You don't need a base because then you're able to pull out the fairy lights and they're always on. And those batteries you can change. Now, this will also work with a tea light. You can do the same, again, I'm going to turn the light on. You can do the same thing with a tea light. So you can see that just sits in there. This is just going to go right on top. You can get a taller one so that it illuminates right in the center there if you want. And tea lights, you can now get them off of Amazon timed, and you can change the batteries. So that's kind of cool as well. to be able to do that. All right, so that is another way. All right, so that was our third project. And then for our final one, we still have dimension, we still have that front and go. This is the train. And again, here's the die set as well. All of the pieces. Here's the panels, and then the decorative, and then the backing for it. Absolutely love it. The detail in that train is amazing. Totally wasn't thinking as I was putting this together. I put this on the back panel. Why would we put it on the back panel? You can't see it. We don't need to play yoga to look at something. So cut it away. It's okay. We can put it to the front, and I added a poinsettia to the back, and that's just coming through. And again, I'm going to turn on a light again. You can put a tea light in here. There's nothing wrong with that there is a tea light coming down. Or if you want, you can always position it coming down from the top, whichever you want. But these are perfect for this. Hello, Elizabeth. Welcome. Oh, thank you, Kelly. I appreciate that. Ave, enjoy that, granddaughter. And if I don't talk to you, yes, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Okay, so these are the projects that we did. Pop-ups for the most part. We warmed up with a card because why not? Let's have some fun there. But different ways that you can use these absolutely phenomenal pop-up dies. You don't have to have so many layers. You don't have to have all three layers. You can just make two. And the moment I saw this, it's immediately what I thought of, a luminary. Oh, how awesome would a luminary be? Because it looks like the bags. You could even make it look like a bag. You know, tear the top off, roll it down. I mean, just have some fun with it. And then, of course, the grand of grand. This is just absolutely phenomenal. The details that she has added into this. And believe it or not, yes, they take time to put together, but one, they're worth it. And two, it uses up scraps. I'm just saying, because we can't get rid of anything. We keep it all. Okay? So at this point, I am going to leave you. All right? Thank you so much for hanging in here with me. This was 4 hours. Just over 4 hours. But I hope you enjoyed it. It's a different type of live that I did where everything was already die cut. I didn't have to go back and die cut anything. I didn't lose a piece. I'm just saying. I just want to point that out. I'm proud of myself with that. I always seem to lose a piece. But it was fun to just put them together and show you different ways to use the same concept, but to stretch it out and use it in a more unique way. So I do hope you enjoyed this. I hope you all had a wonderful holiday season. As it continues, we are coming up on New Year's Day. I hope you have a wonderful New Year's. It's going to be a wonderful 2026. Absolutely. It's going to be wonderful for us all. We're all going to have a good time. We are all going to be inspired. And in the first live of 2026, I will tell you what my word for the year is going to be. I'm toying with a couple of them. But I wish you all a happy holidays, Merry Christmas, a happy New Year. Please continue to take care of yourselves. And a simple, small thank you. I'm truly grateful to you all for being here, for letting me be part of your creative journey. I hope I give you some ideas. I hope I give you some inspiration. But take care. And until the next time that we are together, I should be with you next Sunday. Yes, let's see what I come up with then. Continue to stay safe and healthy, and I will talk to you in the next one. Thank you so much. Take care and have a happy new year.